Dang. What is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. I was going to ask you to be patient with me while we wait for the water to fill up. But then I figured patience isn't even really needed, because there's plenty to look at. We can just take a little micro tour. This could be its own YouTube channel. Just magnified images. Oh, one of these bastards. We're at like 2/5 the way of this bottle. Just bear with me. I mean, it's not that bad, right? I mean, this is pretty good right here. These drops. To see what's going on with the interference of the rate of these droplets dropping and the frame rate of a camera. At least from what I'm looking at, it's doing some nice things. You might detect that I'm a little more patient than the last episode. I have a little more faith that whatever's going on here will evolve, although there is always the possibility that the impatience is some integral part of things. That is, I have to have the experience of painfully slogging through negative emotions like torpor and confusion and doubt in order to get to somewhere that feels more clear. But maybe that's not necessarily the case. Maybe I can be patient and things will still evolve in a desirable manner. For instance, I'm not pushing myself so much now to be talking at a fast rate or super continuously. I don't feel terribly stressed. There's some pressure. Like if I'm not talking for a while, the pressure to say something starts to build. But while we here just keep getting a load of all this sensuousness, get a load of these fabulously stripy rocks. In fact, there's a big pile of fabulously stripy rocks over here. Isn't this enough? Isn't this plenty? How'd they get so fabulously stripy? Especially considering that all these rocks formed well before there was even any kind of premonition of there being a human being. How come they look so damn attractive? That's plenty to contemplate. I've got my notions of why they're so attractive, but I don't want to spell it out just yet. We're getting close. That's as good as it gets. Here, get a load of that. Sorry, I need more water. Ready for big fun? Can we not figure out a way to hold this in place? That's never gonna work. Well, I guess I better stop procrastinating. Okay, now get a load of that. Up there's where we were last time. All the same doubts are still here. But I feel a little less frantic about them. I feel more able to see the doubts in the bigger picture of things, and see the doubts as manifestations of the unformed aspect of this process that you and I are engaged in. And if I may be so grandiose to say, manifestation of the unformed aspect of reality and consciousness, but do we have to go there so soon? Why do I feel uncomfortable bringing in that kind of terminology here? Can I not just chill and fill up the water? No, I can't really. I can't just chill. Not at this point. there's a disequilibrious feeling, a need for movement. It's something, there's a general conflict going on. A general feeling of not being at rest. Something has to be done here. Something has to be done. But maybe what it is just a willingness to feel this feeling of there needing to be something done, to experience this disequilibrium for long enough to where it turns around. That seems what always happens, more or less. And it just takes on different shapes. The disequilibrium will take on different shapes of like emotional unease or conceptual problems. And then at some point it usually changes in that we kind of hone in on the experiential sight of the problem, so to speak. And then we understand the problem to be really just the most fundamental part of life. That life and problemness and consciousness are all kind of synonymous, as well as synonymous with the present, or what we think of as the present. And then when we kind of hone in on that, we get some kind of perspective that subsequently gives us a deeper feeling of well-being that we get to enjoy for a while. I'm just talking about what usually happens in these walking and talking videos. The reflux and efflux. It seems like those words should rhyme, though. But efflux is spelled with 2 F's and reflux is spelled with just 1 F. And my kind of conception of reflux, which the word I'm getting from Plotinus, is is all of the multitudinous forms. Whether they be interior or exterior, but you know, we find that that's not a important distinction at all. The multitudinous forms, the particular, the specific, all of that kind of merging into its source, or a unity, or some kind of singularity. Which for me also constitutes a potential. A really powerful potential. Like when you suck back all of this multifarious specificity and concreteness, let go of the constant process of concretizing everything. Let it all dissipate. Let these forms let them go into the ether. Let them disappear into their potential. They won't be wasted. They won't go to waste. Ideas, points of view, things, in a general sense, like things with a few S's attached to the end. Or maybe even a Z, if you're so inclined. Things. Maybe things with a few Z's on the end. Things and stuff. It's not really a loss. There's nothing to lose there. You know how sometimes you kind of want everything? Or you want to do everything, or you want to be everything? Every particular thing? Sometimes I want to know everything in a particular sense. And I realize how totally impossible that would be. As if I could keep adding particularities to my knowledge infinitely until I knew just about everything. I'd be really smart. When I feel that way, I feel a kind of veracity. Wait, are those the same or different? Either way, veracity. I think that's it. Like there's not enough time in my short lifespan to read everything, to master all disciplines of thought, to master all fields of study. It's a kind of hunger. But I realize that at a certain point, you're not really adding anything. You're just translating into another language. Translating into another different but more or less equivalent mental framework for understanding reality. For instance, sometimes I wish I had an understanding of botany that was so deep that I would kind of have such a deep comprehension of evolution and life that I could through botany have nearly a mystical seeming or non-dual view on reality through that lens, which I believe is possible. But the time it would take to learn all the particularities, all the language of that field, to form a deep understanding would be a lot. And if I keep kind of jumping from discipline to discipline, I could spend my whole life just kind of translating my map of the world over and over again without actually having a transformative change, without actually getting a deeper understanding of anything. But sometimes it's very attractive. If I feel like I'm up against some kind of wall in whatever field or area that I'm occupied with, like I've gone a far distance in something, and then I feel as if I'm stuck, it can be very attractive to just get interested in a whole different thing, because then it's relatively easy, because you're at a stage where you can just soak up a lot of knowledge, a lot of new words and concepts. It's relatively easy to just absorb them. But you're not really getting it anywhere deeper. I don't know, maybe you are. I'm not precluding the possibility that one can totally change, can totally kind of make a lateral change in one's direction. But I suppose what I'm looking for is new ways to integrate things that I've already learned. The things that I've learned through difficulty. But I feel increasingly disinterested in this line of thinking that I'm on. Because I don't feel so sure about what I'm saying. I could be making unnecessary distinctions. I could be engaging in a superficial conception of what's lateral and what's deeper. There's something there. But let's get walking. Let's stop talking the talk and start walking the walk. This water is the best. It's cold. It just goes down smooth. It's better than even like your super filtered reverse osmosis water. That, like, that super filtered stuff almost I'd say like has like a dry quality to it. It's as if, you know, if water could be dry, that reverse osmosis filtered water, you know, it takes out everything pretty much, except maybe the fluoride, is tastes dry to me. But this stuff, it just it's like the perfect water drinking experience. It's so smooth. It just like feels like it just wants to be absorbed into all my tissues. Like this water and my bodily tissue seem to like each other. I'm sure I'm being influenced by things I've been told. Like, there's a mineral content to this spring water that I think I've been told that makes it more absorbable by the body, and it's got electrolytes and whatnot in it that your reverse osmosis water lacks. Get ready for the mic handling noise. I hate to tell you this, but there are some people approaching, and so we're gonna have to endure the embarrassment of being embodied within a selfie stick. Hello.
Hi.
You know, of family having a wholesome outing, being forced to witness a guy walking with the camera on a selfie stick and having to reckon with this being a sign of our times. Having to reckon with what could be an indicator of the narcissistic self-representation on the internet being more attractive than just in-person relationships. Which is something that I'm always grappling with. I mean, it's true for me. It's like, at times I feel like YouTube is better than life. And I don't mean watching it, actually. It's rare that it's kind of rare that I feel that when watching it. But a lot of times when I'm making these videos, I have the feeling like this is better than an in-person relationship. It's not really true. It's not really true. I mean, it's preferable. It's preferable to my conception of the forms of relating that I perceive as readily available to me. The forms of conversation, or the forms of commodified exchange that are kind of necessary, right? I mean, not in the sense of not to the degree which with this manifests in our modern life. But I'm saying that work as a mode of exchange is important in society, and it's always gonna, you know, be a thing for us. And so I'm saying that this, for me, seems like a pretty decent form of that, if that's what it is. Well, it's maybe one of the roles that it takes for me. That is, if I could kind of do this for a living, I certainly would. I'd be pretty happy with that, I think. I mean, that's simplifying. I'm sure I would be frustrated and have a lot of difficulty with it, as I do at times. But it's the part where it's the type of work where I find the most meaningful difficulty. I take back the part about it being better than in-person relation, because that's not actually true on the whole. It's like this is sometimes preferable to many of the in-person conversations that I could have with people. But not all of them. And it's not just about conversation either. There's something to be said for physical presence, I think, and in light of the current practical limitations on that, we can look and see if there are alternative routes towards meeting the well-being that presence can confer. I mean, the fact that you are watching this is indicative of something. Something both personal to you as well as societal. For instance, what seems important these days that's not online? What is there in our lives that's that we're not kind of semi-consciously framing in terms of how it'll work online? Is there actually still experience that's not for putting online? Is there still experience that's not serving something for being online? Can you have an important life experience? Can you have meaning in your life that's not online or represented online in some form or another? And I don't mean this in the moralizing way that it might come across, and that is commonly talked about. I don't mean to necessarily decry this state of affairs. In fact, I'd prefer, if possible, to embrace what's going on if I can have what does feel like a clear understanding of it. And what I'm sort of getting at here is, are we not just cells operating within a superorganism? The nervous system of which is the internet, and the highest form of intelligence is basically located there in the internet. Here in the internet, I should say. Here. This is all the internet. Any thought that's manifesting here is the internet. It feels that it does strike me as kind of dark, right? When thinking about this alternative that I could be out here in the real world without making something for the internet, feels kind of dark. And that it's for you to see in this way that you are. Looking through the screen and constructing this other world on the other side of the screen that appears more appealing than the world on your side of the screen. Pardon me, I gotta take a whiz. I mean, and that's the sort of thought that would steer me towards making an unenticing, unenchanting, unappealing type of video. I'm trying to judge how wide that wide angle lens is. I'm not quite sure if I'm in the frame or not, but if I am, don't look. Don't look. Don't look at me peeing. That's why there's this this ambivalence now for me about whether you keep watching. Which could be interpreted in a negative way, where, you know, now it's like, why the hell am I making this if I don't really want you to keep watching? But at the same time, it's kind of freeing, because I don't feel under, I don't feel this pressure to keep you engaged. Because it just seems quite clear to me that, or I should say, it seems quite unclear to me that keeping you engaged with this video is a net positive impact. Know what I'm saying? That's why I want to suggest the possibility that this video could serve a role that's maybe kind of supplemental to an experience that would otherwise be less enriching. Like if you are kind of stuck doing some kind of task and that's not stimulating, not utilizing your intelligence, not tapping into your full capacities, which seems like that's what a lot of work does. Not all of it, but people find themselves in these situations. A way to make ends meet that by no means taps into their full human capacity. And so if you have some situation where you can do that, and you can also listen to this video, and you don't necessarily have to be watching it the whole time, and this makes what would otherwise be kind of a deadening experience a little more enlivening, then I guess that's good. Or if this video kind of brings into focus the dissonance between how your situation finds you now and what you feel your potential is in life, and it kind of amplifies that feeling of dissonance in a way that would encourage you to change your situation to one that is more aligned with your capacity or what you want. Because, I mean, who knows? I by no means mean to suggest that you should be doing something that more resembles what I'm doing. That's not the case at all. In fact, it could be the case that what you want to do is what you're already doing. Maybe what you want to do is keep watching these videos or keep watching this video. If that's what you want, then good. Seems like there's always some kind of drawback to doing anything at all. The main one, as I perceive it here, which is a pretty significant drawback, is this fact that I am participating in a mode of mediation. It's probably not the most fulfilling thing that you could be doing. And it could be said that I'm offering a better alternative than the more immediately stimulating, gratifying, attention-grabbing media that exists here on YouTube and on the internet in general. Maybe in one sense I could be said to be providing some kind of service by making a type of video that could replace the types of video that would kind of like stimulate your more rapacious tendencies. Your more self-centered tendencies. Which I think could be true to some extent. and that you're on YouTube sometimes looking for an escape or looking for some kind of stimulation. And then you come across a video like this, you come across this video, and it doesn't do that so much, but maybe it's like in, I don't know, I suppose this video would only really appeal to people that are at a certain kind of margin. They have a certain kind of openness or curiosity, you could say, where on one hand there's some aspect of you that is engaging in the activity of going on YouTube and is looking for something. Probably on YouTube, not knowing exactly what it is you're looking for. But something that's gonna alter your experience a little bit, change it from what it would otherwise be, alter your emotional experience. Maybe even you've become friends with me in a neurochemical way. And you're looking for whatever type of feeling of well-being you get from seeing the image of me and the audio of my recorded voice. But I say that if you're watching this video, you must be existing on some kind of margin to where, on one hand, you're seeking out a mediated experience, but on the other hand, you're willing to persist with a mediated experience that is not super engineered to be super stimulating and gratifying. You're willing to stick with a mediated experience that is at least willing to seriously question its own place in the world. I mean, I think a little bit about the degree to which the way that I present myself in these videos is informed and influenced by the general cultural norms of presentation, of representation of self. The extent to which I care about my appearance and really every aspect of how I present myself in these videos. The way that I talk, the things that I talk about. All of the attitudes expressed in every decision that I make in terms of the camera frame, the location that I go to, all this stuff. For instance, I did buzz my hair after looking at a previous video that I had made and feeling a desire to look a little tidier, look a little bit more well-kempt. And I shaved. And I looked at my face in the mirror this morning before going out to make this video to examine how well-kempt I looked. Because I found the experience. I found some experiences of looking at my own image more tolerable than other experiences of looking at my own image. I do have some sort of conception of who I want to present in these videos and who I want to be in the world. How I want to, in what form I want to manifest as a person. I mean, this is obvious. It's something that probably doesn't need said. I'm sure that there's a strong aspect of me that wants to be totally unconcerned with that, but it is a little bit of a dualistic way to think. That is, I see narcissism as being a negative trait, self-centeredness, over concern about one's appearance and superficial presentation as a negative that doesn't lead to a world that's better for everybody. But then again, the way that I manifest in the world is important. In that it has an effect. I see all these different kind of levels of what for the time being we can call authenticity versus inauthenticity. And forms of mediation that lie on the more inauthentic side of the spectrum, kind of use forms of representation that are immediately attractive, you know, using very attractive and sexy actors and using forms of plot lines and drama and types of narratives that are gratifying and kind of like give a very immediate and easy to digest package of meaning in life. That is, you watch a half-hour TV show that's, you know, well-produced Hollywood stuff, and it's gonna give you some form of, it's gonna give you some kind of form of meaning to life, you know. There's gonna be conflict and drama and difficulty represented, and then there's gonna be some form of resolution. It's gonna leave you off feeling, actually it's gonna probably leave you off feeling like you need to see the next episode immediately. Spikenard berries. I guess people feel relaxed by watching these. So there's it's like you get a little package of meaning in some to some degree. You feel a little temporary relief from the feeling of inadequacy, but along with that comes sneaking in, like attached to that little gratifying feeling, are all these other kind of seeds of insecurity that you get from watching a bunch of super attractive, sexy people having meaningful experiences on screen, probably living lifestyles that are totally out of reach. You know, made up by a team of professionals to look as attractive and sexy as possible. And so when you have this experience, this mediating experience, it's like even to the extent that something that it is successful on you, to the extent that you get some kind of emotional payoff from seeing it, you're also getting these images of how a human should look and what human life should be like, that infiltrate you, and that's going to make your own life and your own self-image look shitty in comparison. And so maybe there's this other end of this spectrum, which maybe I see myself as being near to, of the authentic, that is, I'm presenting a mediated portrayal of, I don't know, of myself. That I view as a little bit more realistic but it never is really real, you know? It's never really real. It's like I am kind of manifesting personhood in relation to you, and you as the total abstracted collective selfhood that watches. And in relation to my concept of how the self is presented on YouTube and more widespread in culture. And because it's 4 hours of continuous footage, funny that we still call it footage, video. That does make it harder for me to I can't fabricate the portrayal of self to the same degree that I could if it were highly produced, edited, shorter videos. And that inevitably, within the 4 hours, we go through a range of human experiences that they're pretty real for me, and that I will be experiencing actual serious and deep self-doubts and self-criticisms and torpor and confusion and all of that. It's not my life, you know. This isn't my whole life. It never really could get completely real, you know, nor would I want it to be. Nor would you want it to be. You can't watch somebody's whole life, your whole life. I don't know. This is boring to say. I feel bored of this subject. It's so obvious that it's completely boring to talk about. What the hell am I doing? I mean, now my inclination has shifted to just wanting to utilize this mediation to do something that other aspects of life couldn't quite do. What is that exactly? I don't know. It feels like it feels kind of like I have to figure it out every damn time. It's weird, I go back and forth between pointing the camera at myself, and then I feel the problem with that. One being my own self-consciousness of my image, and the other being suspect of the neurochemical effects occurring in your brain from looking at my represented image, and then so that inclines me towards pointing the camera outwards towards my point of view, and then I feel a little suspect of representing this natural beauty of just in uncomplicated, sensuous images to enrapture you into the screen viewing experience. And it's the same, in fact, the same kind of danger of narcissism exists, whether it's pointed at me or whether it's pointed outwards, whether it's the image of my face or it's like the representation of my point of view. That same possibility of narcissism exists either way. The same old problems with this video are surfacing for me. The same old problems of the feeling of why all of this. So much visual information being recorded and represented here. It's so much. And I feel why. I feel as if it should be more discriminating, more discerning, more efficient, more economical in image and time. You know what I'm saying? I feel as if I should be more economical. But I'm kind of keeping in mind, boy, I'm trying to keep in mind a detachment with regard to whether you keep watching or not. It's so weird, like putting a choice to you, kind of. To how you want to spend your time. And to kind of present to you this possibility of not seeing everything, of missing some. You could miss some walking and talking. You could miss some of the information that I'm giving you. And it wouldn't be the end of the world. You're aware of this. But I still feel kind of intense. I feel some intense guilt, actually, making this video. I feel guilt about the use of your time. Because I feel this, I'm having an experience of the inadequacy of this. But this happens a lot, and I keep going. What the, you know, from a certain perspective, it could be kind of like continuing a bad habit from a certain interpretation. Like by the end of this video, it's in all likelihood, judging from past experiences, I'll feel all right enough about it. Like I'll have some kind of emotional change having gone through these 4 hours, having experienced whatever difficulty I experience. And I'll probably be more of the some more like exterior perspective of this series, of this YouTube project, to where I'll be ready to post it. I'll probably see the difficulty that I'm experiencing now from some other perspective. I mean, that's for sure. But at the moment, I'm still experiencing this just deep embarrassment that I don't think will ever go away with this in the long run. I mean, there's plenty of moments when I don't experience this deep embarrassment, but I'm sure that it'll keep coming back. This feeling like my current presence in the world is like this kind of like totally like kind of unself-knowing, unself-conscious, inconsiderate, doing damage. Via my egotism, doing a kind of damage due to not working hard enough, not considering enough what I expose people to. And I have this feeling now like I could totally change everything. Stop uploading these 4-hour videos on YouTube. Stop churning this shit out. Stop kind of leading people on. Stop contributing to any form of like addictive or grasping kind of longing mental activity. You know? Like, why do I have to be the subject of the video as a person? And I know I've asked these exact same questions over and over again. I have this very real understanding of making video at all being kind of a crime, a kind of sin. A kind of violence. What is it exactly? Like just kind of the knowledge of my place in your experience right now is what it is. The knowledge of my kind of taking up space in your experience. But when I think about it that way, it's not necessarily entirely reprehensible. I mean, the morality of the things is relative, in that in the terms in which I think of this video as being violent, a lot of other stuff I would have to consider as more violent, in that it kind of occupies more of collective subjectivity. Takes up more space. But I guess to the extent that I feel confident enough to impinge upon your experience, I have to think of this experience that I'm having as worthwhile, as at least potentially worthwhile. I mean, I can't get enough of these rocks. I really can't get enough of these rocks. I mean, it's interesting in that the guilt that I am experiencing might not be well it's like by the rationale that is leading to my guilt about making this video. It could almost be, it could be extended towards kind of any action in the world. I don't know, that's not necessarily the case. It's not necessarily the case. Because then I have to ask myself, okay, why aren't I just doing something that's just immediately and practically helpful? Like, why aren't I volunteering in some social capacity that helps meet some basic needs for someone else, and that has obvious and tangible benefit? Why aren't I expending my energy in that area instead of making these videos? And that, I don't know, that's a hard question to answer, honestly. Because it's not because it very well could be the case that I just should be doing something like that instead of this. But I'm holding out for a kind of it's like that kind of seems true, and it kind of seems like it's the case, you know. It kind of seems like what I'm doing is kind of pointless, and there's plenty of other things that I could be doing that would not be nearly as pointless, and that I could see benefit. I could see suffering reduced. And so I guess what is keeping me going forward is some combination of faith that there is something valuable here, like that there's something here that of potential value to some people that wouldn't otherwise exist if I weren't doing it, and as well as some feedback. There's maybe kind of just enough feedback from people to give me enough confidence that there's somebody getting something out of this. But that's another problematic thing to say, and I'll have to clarify that later. That there's some kind of resonance with some people out there that this maybe does have some kind of positive impact. But as I hear myself speaking in terms of making a positive impact in somebody's life, I also have this notion that there is actually a different way of thinking about things, or that I have some kind of notion that that formulation of value and of good is a limited understanding. It is the understanding that I'm utilizing at the moment. And my sort of theory is that thinking through that form of valuation is important to guide one's action. Particularly away from certain things. You know, it's pretty easy to see how it's helpful in guiding me in what obviously not to do. But even as I say that, I'm not sure about that, because like, okay, I should not like just go around randomly punching people in the face. That's pretty clear. But in terms of like what I do in these videos, it's a lot less clear, because it's not like I'm looking at everything else on YouTube and being like, that's immoral. You're causing harm, other YouTubers. That's not at all what my experience is. When I look at the kind of myriad of other expressions on this platform and on the internet in general, that's not at all what my experience is like. I mean, I guess I just don't. Maybe I just like don't gravitate towards watching the sort of thing that would cause me to react in moral indignation. Maybe it does exist. I'm sure it does exist out there. I'm sure it does. We have all encountered that. But like on one hand, I feel like I should be working towards a moral, the most moral way I could interact with the world. But then I have to admit that I never really find that exactly. I'm never like, I got it now. I don't know. That's weird. That's weird to say. It's more like I know conceptually that what tends to happen is, excuse a little noise here. I go through this kind of moralistic questioning, and usually where I usually arrive at that is some more ambiguous place. That is the idea of morality kind of the idea of there being any objective morality breaks down. And I find myself inhabiting some much more ambiguous perspective, in which I don't actually kind of perceive morality in the sense of good and bad. But I'm right now, all I can say is that this is kind of just a conceptual understanding that I have. It's not like I'm experiencing that right now. Still, like, experientially, I'm still feeling very much kind of mortified by myself now. And but being I feel willing enough to sort of continue in this mortifying experience. Like with this thought, really, it's only a thought right now, that it'll eventually lead towards a more open way of thinking. I'll find some more open perspective on all these things within the course of this video. And it's a thought because it references the memory of this kind of pattern happening in previous videos. But I can't help but question, is this a productive pattern to keep enacting? Or is this kind of a unproductively secular solipsistic navel-gazing pattern that there's a better alternative to? I can't help but wonder that. I feel the weight of all of these decisions. Sometimes very intensely in each moment. In each moment, there's so many decisions I can make. But not only in the immediate course of within the framework of this video, but the decision about whether to continue to perpetuate this particular video making framework at all, or to change. I do try to do different things sometimes, and you know, more in private experiments, which are often fun and exciting while doing them, and then they kind of run into the same problems in a different shape. Part of it is having some conception that to keep going at a pursuit in spite of it getting really hard, in spite of the doubts. I mean, that's faith, basically. Faith that yeah, I don't know. I mean, you gotta I have to try and figure out whether a particular difficult experience is a good difficulty to experience or a bad one, which there's probably no clear answer to that. Like, is a solution to a problem like how kind of immediate is that solution? How much, what form of change is it going to be? And I suppose that my approach so far with respect to this video series is to keep the format more or less consistent and to deal with the problems that arise within that format, to deal with the problematic nature within this framework. Whilst knowing that it's kind of going to be inherently a problem. I mean, think about it. Uploading 4-hour video after 4-hour video of yourself talking. In a completely unscripted way. It's like total mortification. It's ridiculous. I don't know. I mean, like, I wonder if like Hollywood producers like have this kind of experience of being like, or just like anybody working in Hollywood, working in that industry that plays a part in producing garbage, by which I mean like the really addictive forms of entertainment. I'm sure lots of people have to like feel the, like, really experience the void of meaning involved in that type of work, and then it's I don't know, and they deal with it one way or another. It could be that the money that they receive in return is enough to offset that, and the money then in turn is used to facilitate other aspects of their life that provide the meaning, like supporting a family. Or maybe it's the case that they do find the meaning in the work. I'm sure that has to be the case with a lot of people too. You know, it's like, this is just me making a very subjective judgment. I feel embarrassed actually having made this judgment. As if all mainstream media is just inherently bad. I don't truly believe that. In fact, you know, it's just as integral to this world as the types of expression that I would use to define myself, to you know, to build my own identity. It's like the types of expression that I'm drawn to are kind of formed in relation to what's dominant. Hey, there's trucks up here. It's kind of like saying, in a way, if there weren't the Beatles, then there wouldn't be U.S. Maple. If there weren't Led Zeppelin, there wouldn't be U.S. Maple. But even in a more, and I don't mean that kind of temporally, I mean also, like if there weren't, what's a contemporaneous? Who's a famous band that's contemporaneous with U.S. Maple? I don't know, like Creed or something. If there weren't Creed, there wouldn't be US Maple. This is just a way of saying that. This is another way of saying the obvious, of everything being so interconnected. Even the things that you hate are are an aspect of forming yourself. If you think I'm talking about a kind of wood, I'm talking about a band. Go ahead and look up US Maple, long hair in 3 stages. You'll thank me. There's kind of a gentle current of dissatisfaction going. And it's interesting that it's gone on for kind of a while here in this video. And maybe it's persisted for a while because it's not so intense that it's like breaking me down. But maybe I need to be broken down. Maybe I need to be really freaking out more at these particular manifestations of void and darkness. You know what I'm saying? The mortifying look at myself. I feel like I wonder if I need to intensify that, to really let it, really let myself see myself with all the pain that entails, all the holy fucking shit, I'm such a piece of shit experience. Oh, highlight added. Good thinking, GoPro. All the just, you know, the whole like dark night of the soul thing condensed into, like, you know, this experience of truthfully realizing beyond a shadow of a doubt, with all clarity, that I am the worst person that's ever lived. Have you ever had that kind of experience? Of I am just nothing more than the total embodiment of evil my mere existence is like a source of suffering for the world. Have you ever had that kind of experience? I mean, the way that I'm putting it is somewhat intense, but it's like that for me sometimes. And it's a totally real experience. It doesn't, the truth of it doesn't last forever, obviously. But it does seem kind of unavoidable. I mean, just that general aspect of reality. Of, I'm a fucking a-hole. Of like, you kind of are the asshole of the universe. Or, yeah. Like you are the worst part of reality. Or but you can, it's that kind of feeling usually pervades both notions of self and other. So like if I'm like having an experience of hatred for something outside myself, it usually is also present for myself. It's like whether I'm thinking dualistically or not, the feeling of hatred goes both ways. And it could be the case that I would incline more towards self-hatred than other hatred, or just kind of being cognizant of if I'm experiencing hatred outwards, that maybe it is the case that having this perspective of recognizing hatred as also being always self-hatred is maybe that's more conducive towards processing that experience, moving through it and to the other side of it, than in where your hatred is only like ever projected outwards and concretized on some exterior focal point. Maybe I feel like I'm having some kind of hybrid experience here where I'm both experiencing my inadequacy, you could say, or the the void that's part of me. The emptiness, and feeling kind of the the darker feeling tone of that, while also seeming to maintain some kind of awareness of this, some kind of higher perspective on it that's able to contextualize this experience of darkness in what I could dare to call a productive way, or a way that lets it move along, metabolize. And so another way that I might conceive of this is this dark feeling is kind of a downward movement towards emptiness, a movement, a temporary kind of like disintegration of the structures that typically constitute a more or less solid sense of self, breaking apart, revealing cracks, and the emptiness becoming apparent within those cracks, and the relative superficiality of those aspects that constitute myself being shown for their superficiality, or another way to put it is their inherent emptiness, their kind of non-substance. They lack any substantial reality, any concreteness. And so one way to describe that type of experience of realizing that is as a negative one, or as pain, or as like emotional or psychological, maybe not exactly psychological, that has some other implications that I don't want to get into, but it's very easily seen as a problem that needs to be fixed. You know what I'm saying? Peep the bristly locust, I think this is. A legume family plant that I've only seen in this place, to my recollection, so far. This one spot. This is the only place that I recall seeing this particular plant. It's more native to the southeast. We see it as a problem to be solved. Which is that's totally a valid way to look at it. And you know, the typical solutions we would think of is some form of activity that kind of distracts from that, creates a structure, creates some other kind of structure of experience, that structures experience in a different way, so that we're not left there staring into the void. And I think that's totally legitimate and valid. And because, like, you know, I find that, like, there's no objective kind of, like, distinction between what's just a distraction from a negative experience, or an avoidance or escapism, and what is actually just kind of experiencing more positive, more concrete feeling side of reality. So, like, if somebody's depressed, and you go and hang out with them, and you just kind of do something that distracts them from their issues, that often seems like the best thing to do. Like, somebody's depressed, and they have a whole cycle of narratives, kind of secular narratives going in their mind about them being a bad person, about their life sucking, about things not working out for them, etc., etc. It's not like you're ever exactly gonna, like, solve all of those perceived problems that they have. And I say perceived problems, but they're also as real as the person experiences them. Like, to the extent that a person perceives those problems as real, then they are real. Yet at the same time, you take your friend on a hike or something, or I don't know, just, like, fuck around and explore some abandoned building, or, you know, just mess around doing something totally inconsequential. And maybe for that duration, their perceived problems are not so much in the forefront of their mind. They kind of forget about them to some extent, and just engage with something else. And then that's it's like, there's a question: is that evasion of the problems, or is that actually kind of manifesting just a more positive aspect of life and reality? I tend to lean towards the latter. Even as I say that, I'm also inclined, personally, for myself, to put myself in situations where there's relatively little for distraction and stimulation. I don't know if that's true. Like, Like these walking and talking videos, on one hand, I'm kind of stuck with my own thought patterns, you know, or I'm stuck with my own mind for 4 hours without like a friend or any input, you know, from a person. Yet at the same time, I keep taking myself to these gorgeous places. So I guess it's not totally one or the other. Trying to show you this oil refinery down there, but it's too bright for the binocs and the camera. It's too much light. And I think that sort of process is probably also evident in these videos, in that you can see me at one moment experiencing difficulty and expressing some very negative thoughts, or at least reflecting on a experience that is painful in some way. And then at another moment, I may be kind of giddily fixated on some total trivial thing or some aesthetic feature, or some kind of whimsical idea. But I think there's always a kind of fluctuation. Like I can't seem to just have one without the other. But we do need to look at this thistle with a little bug in there. Is that guy moving? Are you alive? Yeah, it's alive. Sorry to disturb your nap or whatever. I was worried about you. Glad to know you're okay. But come on, get a load of that. Look at that. Ouch. Oh yeah. I mean, come on. Like I know we're indulging in the world of form here, but come on. This exists. And not only that this exists, but the fact that we're here to observe it, just the mere idea that there is this kind of beauty, this kind of aesthetic experience. That has to turn things around. If you're feeling negative, you know, at least for me. Just that thought that, I mean, like so first I'm looking at this object and I'm kind of like, you know, I look closer at it, and I'm looking at it, and I've maybe never looked quite this closely at this particular type of thistle flower before. And it just kind of strikes me right now how incredible the form of this is. And that kind of brings me to this thought of, wow, it's kind of amazing that this kind of beauty exists at all. And then, you know, the idea of beauty being subjective, being an experience, leads me towards thinking about that there is this kind of experience possible at all. That's nuts. I mean, just that it is possible to experience beauty. That's nuts. Like, what the hell explains that? And then take it a step further, like that there's experience at all. What? Like, why would there be experience? Why would there be consciousness? Why would there be subjectivity? Even contemplating all the gloomy sort of deterministic or chaotic proceedings of the world, maybe even like especially considering the way that things sort of proceed, you know, in this like whether it's total chaos and randomness or whether it's deterministic, the way that things, like, you know, seemingly seem to be persisting in kind of a shitty way, but considering all that, like, why would there be experience? Why would there be subjectivity? Why would there be an eye to experience that? Multiple eyes to experience all that? There's got to be something there. Like this. I mean, the fact that I can look closely at a flower and like keep being surprised and interested in all these little details of it. What is this, bird's foot trefoil or something? Help me out here. Little legume for sure. The wings banner keel flower. Keel being that. See if I can show you. The keel being that little sort of ridge on the bottom of the flower. The wings being what are kind of sticking out toward you symmetrically, and then the banner being that broad part at the top. That's your basic legume flower structure. So getting distracted here though. Look at this butterfly. Whoa. If I can get a gander at this guy. Come on. Hold still. Come on, hold still. I want to get a good gander of you. Open up those wings. Ah. We're getting distracted here. I'm trying to hold this distraction within some kind of continuity of what we're talking about, some continuity of experience, to keep it within some kind of meta awareness of the fluctuating nature of experience. Not only fluctuating, but just unstable. I mean, just to call it fluctuating, that is to bring awareness to the like, say the fluctuating quality of our emotional tone. You know, the way that sometimes we feel good and sometimes we feel shitty. Ooh, 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 ooh. Big old praying mantis. Hold that thought a second. Let us get a gander. Get a load of that. Get this lens on. Hold that thought. Yo. Sorry. Paparazzi here. We are the paparazzi. Is it true that you consumed your mate after mating? What was that talking about? Oh yeah, so that, you know, to bring awareness to the fluctuating nature of our, so for example, emotional tone, the way that sometimes we feel shitty and sometimes we feel good about things, and how that kind of colors even our whole perception of ourselves and our whole perception of reality, the way that within the scope of a day, you know, in many different time periods, you could go from feeling really shitty about yourself to feeling pretty good about yourself, and back and forth. And same thing kind of about the world. It might be look totally despairing and doomed one day, and then another day find a little reason for hope and optimism. And there's many of these cycles going on simultaneously at multiple different time scopes, you know, like there's probably little quick cycles as well as like long overarching ones, you know, like say especially if you're an American, like things looking pretty doomed for like especially the past 4 years, but I don't know. Maybe you're like me and you can find like just enough little manifestations of hope and optimism to keep you going towards some future where things might not look so gloomy on the global political stage. So it's like, you know, it's like your emotional tone of things like does in a way change the nature of reality. Even if to some extent we believe in an objective reality that does not change with your changing perspective on it, and that certainly is kind of that is one worldview that is very baked into how we operate. Even if you're someone like me who does a lot of questioning of that as being any kind of ultimate worldview, or you're someone like me who's doesn't really believe that as an ultimate worldview, and that is looking for an understanding of the world that reconciles subjectivity and instability into that, and so on. That is kind of like that is a pretty fundamental structure that we use in our operations from day to day. Just the idea that there is some kind of shared reality, that one person's different perspective from the next person doesn't change this shared reality. That there's something like that, and that's not true. Like it's kind of the only way we can operate in this world is by being able to agree on some aspects of reality enough to practically allow us to cooperate, coordinate, have any kind of meaning. that's shared, have any kind of communication even. But what was I getting at? What was that a sub point to? I feel distracted by these bladder campions and this insect getting in there. Oh yeah. In the pink family, related to chickweed. There's 5 petals there, and it's kind of hard to see, but each petal is actually kind of a little divided. There's a little cleavage at the tip of each petal there. It's something characteristic of the pink family. Let's check out these ones. I'm trying to get I can't get my view screen to turn on. I don't know if it'll be in focus or not. What gives? There we go. Now let me see if I can pick up where I left off and remember what the heck I was getting at. Oh yeah, that like you can kind of see how even just something like a fluctuating mood kind of alters reality. It's like are you and the whole world completely doomed, or is your blood sugar just getting low and you need to eat something? Or are you just kind of like a little too hot? Or is it just kind of like fluctuating neurotransmitter levels due to other more subtle factors that are much harder to control? So you can never totally control that. Otherwise, none of us would ever be unhappy. But then, you sit down and have some lunch, and then you're like, oh. And then somehow kind of like you don't feel like you're staring into that chasm of meaninglessness and doom. And you're like, you start to think about something that's more pleasant for whatever reason. Or you might even be thinking about the same thing, but in a more positive framing. So obviously things, our reality kind of fluctuates temporally, but also I would say that the temporality of our reality is also unstable. So for instance, if I'm feeling particularly negative, I feel much more burdened by the passage of time, because it feels so inescapable and entrapping, because ultimately it's leading towards my death. And there's nothing I can do about that. Life is passing me by moment by moment. I'm losing life every moment. I'm losing time. Time is passing from the past to the future, from my birth to death. And I'm like, oh fuck. I've wasted my life. I'm wasting my life. I'll continue to have a shitty life until I die. Fuck. Goddamn linear time. Why does it have to be like this? Why do we have to die? What gives? Why would I be here just to die? What's the point? Why's there gotta be this damn mortality? Dang it. Darn it. Why is it? Especially when it seems like there could be good stuff in life. Like I could get stuff, or have good experiences. I could get good experiences. I could get a better life. I could get love. I could have love and stuff. But then I can't keep any of that because I'm gonna die. Dang it. Darn it. Can't win. Can't win. I could get rich. I could have all this pleasure. Pleasure. Hell yeah, pleasure. But then, damn it. I'm gonna lose it all. I'm gonna lose everything that I get. I'm gonna lose my body. I'm gonna lose my love. I'm gonna lose all that pleasure. Lose the ability to experience pleasure. Darn it! Dang it all to heck. And then, so then I thought you got these like rich maniacs trying to figure out some form of immortality, upload their brain, freeze their brain till a future time when they can be revived or whatever. Really wanting to defeat death. Which I think is just cute. It's cute. It is cute. And it's like, you can understand it, right? You can understand the impulse. You know, you're ridiculously rich and you realize you're gonna die and you're like, fuck. then I won't be able to use my fucking money to buy pleasure. God damn it. And to have power and to feel important. Fuck. That can't happen to me. There's got to be a solution to this. Elon, give me that Neuralink. Let me upload my fucking consciousness to the silicon. My body's gonna fucking die. Fix this. Fix this, Elon. Come on. What are we paying you for? But you know, if you're not rich, you can just like, you can walk and talk on YouTube and just upload hours of your manifested consciousness via your verbal mind in a kind of vacuum, and then hope that at some point the evolving super consciousness that is the internet will integrate it. You know, it already is. It's kind of you know, this is a form of manifesting. You know, it's some manifestation of my individual consciousness into the collective consciousness via the web, but we needn't go into that now. That's for later. But there's, you know, maybe you, like I, sense that there might be something a little off in this kind of like, sort of like very direct and literal concrete attempt at evading death, at this very like kind of literal attempt towards immortality by like uploading your consciousness or freezing your brain, etc., etc. Technological fixes. Just kind of at the start, I had this intuitive feeling that there's something being missed, something important being missed in that perspective, in that kind of like approach to things. And maybe you get it before I have to explain it, because to me it feels narrow-minded in so many ways. I mean, for one, it's like, it is pretty profoundly narcissistic in that it's completely focused on an individual self that is bounded by a body and a brain and a very kind of like constricted conception of what the self is. It's like, my self, like, what? Well, okay, what is that? I mean, I just like want to hear one of these ultra wealthy immortality maniacs like really try to explain in a deep way like what is the self that they're trying to save. I mean, the idea of a continuous self, like, for me, it feels really silly. I mean, it's not silly. It's like, it's a kind of construction that I guess exists. You know, I experience it. You experience it. I'm a me. I continue. Through time, there's a span of time in which there's me, and outside that span of time there's not me. From the time it's demarcated by the time I was born and the time I died. Whether it's when I came out of my mom's vagina or like I guess we think it's like there's kind of like a fuzzy gray area before that. There's this 9-month kind of gray area. But then once you're out, and you're definitely a continuous self. And then there's this moment at the end where the lights go out and it's no more. It's not true. No, maybe it is not true. Maybe it is not true. I don't know. But it's like if you when you this is all it is all kind of a kind of tenuous construction. I think about myself in high school and I'm like, that guy's kind of an asshole. Or I can be a little more empathetic, and I can be like, that guy really put up a kind of defense mechanisms around his insecurities that really came off kind of asshole-ish. My high school self, and I wouldn't want to be my high school self again. I'm sure you have something similar. Like there's something, maybe there's something the same there, but there's something that's not you anymore. But you have to take it further in that what yourself is always at any moment just completely dependent on everything else. Like even just take how dependent it is on the body. Like if let's say you uploaded your mind onto some other electronic substrate, it's like how what the hell is even going to be continuous there? Like like you'd be in a completely different world, and it's like the self that is created as a referent, as like a separation between body and world. It's like what it really is an interface between world and body. And then if the body's gone, like there wouldn't even be the same forms of perception. It's like you wouldn't have these eyeballs. Maybe there's sensory input from cameras and such, but there's not even the same form of sensation. There wouldn't even be the same type of capacity of emotion when it's on an inorganic substrate. It's like the emotions are completely a physical sensation that are in the moment. They're completely like sensation of the body, this physical sensation, and with a completely different type of body, one that's just like, I don't know, it's ridiculous. Like so little, like even to what extent things were conserved. I mean, like what is it? Is it the collection of memories? I mean, it's not like I feel like I'm still my collection of memories. Like at any given moment, there's like an inherently, there's an incredibly small little slivers of memories being accessed, yet there's still a sense of self, of I-ness. And it's like it's not as if like my entire bank of memories is even in my consciousness at any given moment. It's effectively most of that doesn't even exist in any given moment. Where does your memory exist when you're not remembering it? I mean, I know, sure, you can say that it's a neuron. Sure, it's a neuron, but that's talking about objective physical reality. I'm talking about the experience of a memory. Where is that if you're not experiencing it at the moment? It doesn't exist, does it? At any given moment, you could be experiencing a memory, but is that memory you? No. Like, what the hell, like, what the hell kind of, like, even use or relevance would, like, memories of being embodied have in some kind of, like, other substrate? Like, what's the point? Like, they wouldn't even be able to relate. It's like, we have memories that reference against a present experience. We have a present experience, and part of building that present experience, part of having meaning or understanding of a present experience involves referencing it against memory. And that's like what that's like what brings forth memory. What brings forth memory is like present experience. So you go something as drastically different as like a technological substrate. It's like, what kind of experience would there even be there that would make it that important for you to be able to recall all these biologically embodied experiences? And it's like the memories, and I also feel like so much of the memories that are no longer relevant. I think they just kind of, I think a lot of them deteriorate, you know? It's like you have to, there's evidence that you have to remember memories to like keep them alive. And memories change, they're alterable. And we don't remember our whole damn life. We don't remember, like, not every moment of existing forms a memory, because why the hell would it or should it? Like, you've got, there's got to be some filtering, some organizational principle, which is, of course, one of the mechanisms of building this construction of self. But that, you know, it would deteriorate. Like, all that stuff would no longer be relevant, and it would just kind of atrophy, I believe. And you can say, you know, what about this video? Isn't this a form of kind of creating a memory of embodied experience onto a technological substrate? Maybe in a way, but it's not. But okay, so like to the extent that I believe that there's such a thing as an individual subjectivity, which is like not a strong extent, actually. I just had this weird moment where, like, there's a break in my rant, and in that moment I kind of recognize this rant as not being a component of my subjectivity, but also being a component of your subjectivity, of and you into whatever abstract and collective conglomeration of subjectivity that there is. And like all of you being as involved in what's happening here as, like, I could say I am, and yeah, kind of realizing that what I would think of as you is also is completely here in me, and what I would think of as me, and vice versa, that I'm there in you. That we're kind of manifesting each other in this moment. We're making each other. And it's like I feel this, and I'm still using the words I, and kind of hearing myself say I. Man, this is so weird. This is so weird, because outside of these videos, like, I have all these there seem to be all these individual subjective experiences where I'm like, You know? Like somebody like you would leave a comment or send me a email or something saying like something to the effect of like, I like what you are doing or something. It seems it seems bizarre. It seems a little bizarre for me at the moment to think about. Individuation. What is it? It can't be not real, right? It can't be totally not real. It's not real. I mean, I'm trying to like I'm trying to now I feel like I need to prove that I'm real, in a way. I need to prove to myself that I actually exist. Like, I can say that I hear my voice, but it feels a little bit like a lie. It doesn't feel fully honest to even say that. I can sure continue. I can continue talking in a way that makes sense and has self-reference. It has a referent, a self, a me, and a you. And it's not true. But there's something else going on. Like this experience. Like let's look at it. There's something shared here. There's meaning. You understand what I'm saying. At least like there's words here. And they're not making sense. What I'm saying is not making sense. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You understand? There's some kind of meaning. Like there's not meaning. But at the same time, is there like something that's coming from me to you? Like coming out of me into you? I don't really feel that way. We're making each other right now. Is it possible to stop? To stop making each other? I don't think you can stop making me without stopping making yourself. And I don't think I can stop making you without stopping making myself. Maybe, but maybe these things aren't mutually exclusive. Like there can be me and you, and there can also be not me and you. You know what I'm saying? There can be, maybe there can be self and other, and there can also be not self and other. I think that kind of feels true. Oh, good cherry. I feel pretty refluxed. That's a weird thing to say. That's a weird thing to say. I mean, I can't say anything now without the saying being a kind of incompleteness. Which is always the case. That was always the case. But now I just feel it more vividly or something. Or I feel it without the negative tone. It just feels energetic. It's not positive or negative. There's just interchange. Like this individuation also exists inside a non-individuated experience, and it feels like it always has been and always will be. But even to say that is missing the point. And that in this non-individuated experiencing that I'm talking about, there isn't a past and future. There's not this linear time. This is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting at with there's something being missed in this kind of literal attempt at evading death. This kind of technological immortality fix. Because the part that you're trying to save with technology is the part that's not that is meant to be temporary. That should be temporary. That like is kind of inherently temporary by necessity, by definition of what it is that constitutes the self that dies, the self that is born and grows and changes and dies, that is always in fluctuation. the temporariness of that is really kind of is really, you know, completely inherent and inseparable from what it is to feel like a self. What it is to feel like a self that exists within a linear chunk of time. That is actually a manifestation of the big self of immortality. It is actually a manifestation of immortality. The experience of temporality, the experience of individuation, the experience of a problematic nature of one's individual life. Seemingly paradoxical, but not really. That is a manifestation of something that is not born and does not die, and that does not is not ruled by temporality, is not in that scheme of things. Temporality is something that can more accurately be said to exist in it, or is an expression of it. It's an expression of its the unformed aspect of it, of reality. There is something apparently, but there's also a nothing. I mean, to the extent that there is a something, to the extent that there's any something at all, there's a much more infinite nothing. There's a much more infinite not that. Which is why we got things like, why we got illusions like the future. Constructions like uncertainty. It's because there's stuff that's not. There is stuff that's not, which is a funny way of saying it. Because it's also just like, there's not stuff. There's not stuff. And it kind of seems more true than there being something, in a way. At the moment, the emptiness seems a little more real than like a something. It's I cannot point there to being. I cannot point to there being a something with any kind of confidence at the moment. Can you? I mean, like, it's like I can in a relative way, but that seems like really not the operant view of things. Like any something that I could point to is just kind of like a little minor shaping of nothing. A little kind of like sculpting of emptiness. A little trying to like make us something out of nothing. Which is a worthwhile pursuit, I guess. It's impressive that it can happen at all, to be honest. The feeling as if there's something. It's kind of miraculous. But I can still see how even like the feeling of the constricted feeling of self, you know, the whack feeling of self. You know what I'm saying? They're like, God fucking damn it, I'm such a fucking asshole, or just like or the other direction of, God fucking damn it, the world is against me. God fucking damn it, I'm this individual that has these concerns and needs these things and has to maintain the continuity. That's a real experience. That's a real experience. And it's a real experience, and it's real, and it's made of emptiness. It's also a perfect expression of everything that is and isn't. Every problem. It's like, fuck, you know? Fuck. I'm gonna die. Fuck. And then all the other kind of like subordinate versions of that. Somebody I love died. Shit. Somebody I love left me. God fucking damn it. I'm in pain. Darn it. What I wanted didn't happen. Ah, shoot. Shoot. Darn it. That's all part of what I'm talking about. How's it going?
Afternoon. How you doing?
Good. I can just like bring him into the rant. Maybe next, I don't know, maybe next time. Maybe next time. Maybe next time I can kind of like lasso some unsuspecting strangers into this rant. See how it goes. Oh yeah, I forgot about emptiness for a second. I got distracted from it. And I operated for a moment under the understanding of there being something or some things with like 3 or 4 Z's. That was at the beginning of the video. What was I talking about at the beginning of the video? About things. Things and stuff. You know, how there's like things and stuff? It's pretty cool, right? It's pretty cool that there are things and stuff, even though a lot of those things and stuff suck. No, not inherently. I mean, there's things and stuff, but you know what makes all that possible? That there's experience. Experience makes the things and stuff. You're making this. And it's okay. I feel it's okay for there to be things, for there to be something. I feel like it's okay, because in a way it feels like it feels like the same thing as there not being something. There being something feels the same as nothing. Or like the more I try and go in one direction or the other, I end up coming out in the opposite. Reflux till you efflux, but it's also neither. It's also, there's no reflux or efflux. Like there's something and there's nothing, but there's also neither something nor nothing. That's interesting. there, it feels true enough for me to say that there is something and there is nothing. And there's not something and there's not nothing, neither. There's not nothing. There's not nothing. But also there's not something either. But also there's something and there's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Pretty nifty, huh? But in accordance to all that, I'm gonna go take a whiz and drink some water. I'm so tempted to totally efflux on you. Know what I'm saying? To like just kind of indulge in some downstream multitudinous manifestation into you know, just